afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's having a good week thus far. We are going to begin our meeting, and we're going to take roll call at this time.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Here.
Trustee Gibson.
Here.
Trustee Kwong.
Here.
Trustee Martin. Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Trustee Gomez.
We're going to have public comment on closed session agenda items.
Great. We have a few comments today. The first comment will come from Dr. Bernardo. You will have 3 minutes.
Which one am I standing at?
Wherever you'd like. There should be a mic there, yeah.
Oh, I probably don't need a mic. I'm from New York. Okay, so I'll start now. Hello, Board of Trustees. It is great to see 3 new faces here since the last time I addressed the board. I now exhort the board to look beneath the surface to gather the real truth about issues of import. Last week I spoke to some of you about the major problem at PCC being this administration, under President Androjonis, has become increasingly hostile toward faculty. Displays of autocratic tendencies are in the forefront of the behavior of Androjonis, which lays the foundation of how the current admin behave toward the faculty. Isn't Androjonis supposed to serve at the board's instruction? Isn't Androjonis supposed to carry out the will of the Board of Trustees? There's a saying, the fish rots from the head. Androjonis is neither modeling nor eliciting from her admin behavior which is collaborative or cordial. Deans treat faculty like subjects, making unreasonable demands to be met. We were called lazy, entitled, and unwilling to work when we appealed to the good sense and conscience of the admin to care for our health during Omicron. A trustee asked me if I believed that the rift between admin and faculty at PCC could be healed. My answer was yes and no. Yes, the Great Divide can be healed, but no, President Androjonis is not capable of accomplishing this kind of healing. Androjonis has seemed to be on a mission the last 3 years to find and promote people similarly constituted as she. That is to say, she has been on a mission to promote mediocrity in bad actors. Note how people who have been promoted or given special dispensation have been mediocre examples of leadership at best. Note how all the bad actors who have been constant sources of ill intent toward others have somehow managed to rise into the admin and other powerful positions, and under her eye, these bad actors have somehow managed to thrive, while at the same time, Black enrollment is near the lowest it's been for 5 years, and Black full-time faculty numbers lower than in the year 2000. Androjonis has the audacity to ask the Pasadena taxpayers to give her $600 million in order to, continue this reign of mediocrity and failure? Continue punishing the faculty for reasons unknown, continue deceptive and obfuscatory practices, as when she refused to give Trustee Gibson any info on a proposal she was asking the board to spend money on. She wants more money, it's going to fund construction projects. Fix the roof and the plumbing, they say. Please. Nobody actually believes this. Those essentials should have been taken care of long ago. PCC is sitting on more than enough money to cover the basics. So what do you really want the money for? If she gets it, is she going to shut the Board of Trustees out of asking for evidence that is being spent wisely? When she balked at giving the details of one proposal and play acted like she was a victim, dragging people of color up here to try to slam Trustee Gibson just for asking, do you as the board think that she will be transparent with you with what she's actually doing with the money? She's been paid over $1 million of taxpayer money putting on a ridiculous charade of lemonade and raisin cookies to reach out to faculty while directing her team to deny adjuncts health care, even as the governor set aside hundreds of millions to be spent on providing adjunct faculty with health care. What else do they need? The money is there, but the intent of this feckless admin is clearly malign. This is a new board. You do not have to suffer the indignities of the past failures of previous boards. You can choose to move forward in honesty and probity to improve the relationship between admin and faculty, but only if you get rid of the metaphorical rotting head dragging the college down into the depths of mediocrity, for which she is a perfect example to warn others away from
Thank you, Dr.
becoming.
Bernardo. Your time has expired. Next, we have Shannon Margie. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Okay. There are different ways to measure success at a community college. Aspen prizes and transfer rates, yes, but there's another more subtle measure you can feel when you walk through the halls or interact with the people. It's when everyone feels valued and supported, students, faculty, staff, and administration. That's what's missing at PCC, where the feeling's a little tense and most faculty are intimidated and quiet. The relationship between college leadership and faculty is deeply dysfunctional. Most faculty here don't feel valued, respected, or empowered. Far from thriving, we don't even feel that the leadership likes us, especially when the FA reports that Dr. Andrew Jonas's executive team refers to faculty as whiny, lazy, and entitled. No wonder the majority of faculty voted no confidence in her just 6 months ago, effectively twice, first in the Academic Senate and then among the full-time faculty. The resolution of the vote of no confidence, VNC, cited her lack of transparency and willingness to engage in shared governance. But she didn't get the message, not at all. Instead, she shut her ears and eyes, saying she, quote, happened to disagree with the VNC and, quote, I don't think it's warranted. There was an opportunity that she missed. She could have gotten very curious about why most faculty under her leadership have no confidence in her. She could have taken a long, hard look at the two main objections we had. First, that we'd wanted her to be transparent in January about why she was ordering us all back when it wasn't yet clear that Omicron had peaked. No explanation was given at the time, which felt cold to students, staff, and faculty who were scared, some immunocompromised or living with such folks. Only later did she explain she'd been motivated by a survey of students showing they wanted to return. Yet she never shared that survey with us. No faculty that I asked have any knowledge of it. My students certainly didn't get it. I'm honestly not sure it exists. If it does, in the name of transparency that we are calling for, she should have made its results public. The second objection expressed by faculty in the VNC is we wanted her to comply with Title V Ed Code, which states that the governing board shall, quote, consult collegially with the Academic Senate on academic and professional matters. She failed to consult with the Academic Senate before mandating returns to campus in July 2021 for non-instructional faculty, and then again in January 2022. She could have taken responsibility and resolved to do better in the future, but she didn't. She didn't survey faculty to see how we felt and how to win back her trust. Instead, the only attempt to fix the situation is by faculty office hours, which makes it look like she's open without actually being open. Office hours only work if faculty trust her enough to approach her alone, which we don't. Nothing meaningful has changed in the past 6 months. We aren't going to come to her office and confide in her when she didn't listen to us in January when we were scared, hurting, begging, demonstrating on Colorado Boulevard. She's putting it all on us. If we don't show up to her office hours, she's concluding we're happy and there's nothing wrong. She hasn't even acknowledged the rift, let alone taken any responsibility for her part in it. She doesn't appear capable of understanding the situation or growing as a leader or a person. She proves her lack of transparency by behaving like when Trustee Gibson asked her to share some information. Apparently forgetting she works for you and not the other way around, she balked.
Thank you. Your time has
Thank you.
expired. The next speaker is Rhonda Williams.
PCC's mission states that it is an equity-minded learning community, yet non-credit students are grappling with grossly inequitable academic programs. My name is Dr. Rhonda Williams. I'm a tenured non-credit assistant professor and a researcher of the issues that non-credit students face within the California Community College system. Over the last 3 years, I've quantitatively analyzed the student data records of 20,000 PCC non-credit students. The data shows that from 2015 to 2019, over 900 PCC non-credit students dropped out and never returned. Of those who remained in school, 77% of the adult high school diploma students and 84% of the CTE students did not graduate. My research uncovered why the pre-COVID attrition and completion rates are dismal, but the findings were never discussed. The Office of Institutional Effectiveness issued a letter that states, quote, PCC is not obligated to act on any findings or recommendations the research may yield, end quote. This is why I am before you today. The job market has significantly changed since the global pandemic, and there are 4 reasons why the non-credit curriculum should change too. First, the curriculum for many non-credit programs is outdated and does not enable non-credit students to gain the required skill sets to compete for living wage employment. 2, since 2015, the non-credit division has been provided with over $9 million of restricted grant funds to expand non-credit programs, but completion rates remain low, and new job training programs that lead to living wage employment were never created. 3, SB 554 was approved in 2019, but PCC has not supported any attempts to create an adult DE dual enrollment program as a guided pathway for non-credit students to enter credit-bearing programs. 4, the passage of SB 860 equalized the state funding rate for non-credit CDCP courses, CDCP courses, and credit-bearing classes. This funding increase was done to support the revision and expansion of non-credit programs, but PCC's non-credit programs are steadily retracting. In contrast, Mount SAC's non-credit program boasts 30,000 students. In California, high school graduation rates have been declining since 2014, but the U.S. Department of Education estimates the number of adults in California who are not high school graduates or in need of job training is 6.1 million. With a proper curriculum, these future non-credit graduates could potentially fill the empty seats in the credit-bearing program and boast full-time enrollment students for the college, FTES for the college. With this in mind, I asked the board to compel the college to extend their equity-minded efforts to include non-credit students. New academic non-credit programs that prepare students to transfer to credit-bearing classes and become competitive applicants in today's job market must be created. Every PCC student should have access to an equitable and inclusive learning environment.
Thank you. The next comment comes from Todd Jones. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Todd Jones. I'd like to address your agenda item regarding the performance evaluation of the superintendent president. There's an important sequence of 4 events that should inform this body about the nature and temperament of the superintendent president. First, at the July 13th board meeting, the superintendent president blocked Trustee Gibson's request to see the accepted proposal from LP Virtual Productions for an estimated $155,000 contract for the Black Family Reunion event. Second, Steve Gibson's motion to release the document was seconded by Trustee Sandra Chen Lau. Third, at the August 10th board meeting, I came to speak publicly in favor of Steve Gibson's bravery in seeking transparency at PCC and his standing up to bully tactics. I also exposed the superintendent president's bully tactics, she said. It's inappropriate to have a motion to request a document. Fourth, at the September 7th board meeting, 6 distinguished members of the Black community at PCC came forward to deliver a blistering 18-minute condemnation of me, Sandra Chen Lau, and Steve Gibson for anti-Blackness. I have to ask the board if, in all your years of experience, you have ever seen such a well-coordinated beatdown delivered to 2 of your own members and to a member of the public. You don't have to believe my conspiracy theory because it's just a feeling that the 6 speakers were instigated by the president's office, all brought on to punish dissent and block transparency. I was so astonished by the message that I wanted to see what was in that $150,000 contract proposal that the superintendent president did not want the public to see. I have it, I've read it. I can see why the contract was awarded to LP Virtual Production. The company is excellent and perfectly suited for the Black Family Reunion event. They would have been my choice as well. But I want to warn you at PCC that the bills are coming in, and you can expect that what you signed on for $150,000 may get a lot more expensive. Although the contract proposal is for $150,000 paid to LP Virtual Productions, that only covers liaison, development, coordination, and oversight of the event. The actual language of the proposal, and I don't have time to read the actual language, it's written such that each of the vendors, the entertainment, and every provided service contractor gets to name their price and bill PCC. That's nice work if you can get it.
The next speaker is Melissa Michelson. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I respectfully ask the Board of Trustees to consider the voices of faculty at Pasadena City College and the Academic Senate, in addition to the faculty at large who voted no confidence in this president, as well as the voices of the entire campus through our campus climate survey. Back in 2016, the faculty gave multiple votes of no confidence on former President Rocha, at which point the then board dug in their heels and extended his contract and gave him a raise. After that, things went from extremely bad to worse than we could ever imagine, bringing shame on this college. Eventually, the board paid him off to, quote, retire, gave him, I believe it was a $400,000 severance package of taxpayer money, and then I believe he tried to sue the college on the way out. Had they listened to the campus community initially, had they made the right hiring decisions and seen he had a troubled past, had they listened to the voices of this campus, we wouldn't have gone through what we have done. So I please ask you to listen to the faculty. Thank you.
The last comment we have today is Julie McCune.
Greetings, PCC Board of Trustees and Superintendent. I'm Julie McCune. I'm an alumni of PCC back in 1976. I'm an educator, retired, 35 years, and a resident of Area 2. I strongly support accountability and transparency. I expect to see this Board of Trustees to expand and improve those concepts along with DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion here at PCC, including gender-based and socioeconomic. As a taxpayer, I need to know what I'm getting for our tax money. I'm not satisfied with the status quo. In the year 2022, I expect to see a shift toward major changes and improvements. I understand the superintendent's contract is up for renewal this year. It may be time to consider a change in leadership and/or some leadership in a new direction. I've read and heard about the vote of no confidence regarding the superintendent president of PCC. I feel strongly that the faculty of PCC deserve nothing but the best. They must be treated with respect and equity at all times, verbally and by their paychecks, compensation, workloads, and benefits. I read a recent op-ed in Pasadena Now about the need to address the faculty workload inequities, not just of part-time faculty to full-time faculty, but full-time faculty across campuses and part-time faculty across campuses. Unequal treatment of faculty contribute to the vote of no confidence. Along with the lack of respect, I've even seen the president disrespect board members just because they're doing the job that we elected them to do. Hold the administration accountable, ask questions, and get further information on the money spent and projects initiated. It is not acceptable for the president to withhold such information or to gaslight publicly elected officials. I'm urging this board to listen and act now on the current needs of our students and faculty. They are building and developing relationships that are critical to their future livelihoods. Let's make sure that all the faculty is treated well so they can stay and continue their invaluable work, prevent harm. Let's improve their working conditions and demonstrate respect for their services to our communities. Thank you for your attention. Sincerely, Julie McCune.
That is all public comment for closed session agenda items.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go now into closed session. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to read out the closed session items. Thank you, Trustee Wang. Okay. Agenda number 1 is Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Temporary Instructor 2. Government Code 54956, Conference with Legal Counsel, Pending Litigation, one item AMCO Contracting Incorporated versus Pasadena Area Community College District. 3, Government Code 54957, 6, conference with labor negotiator agency designated representative Robert Belinsky, assistant superintendent, vice president, human resources. 4, government code 54956.9A, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, name of case, Noah Corral versus Pasadena Area Community College District, Keenan claim number 603739. 5, public employee employment, government code 54957, superintendent president. 6, public employee performance evaluation, government code 54957, superintendent president. 7, conference with labor negotiator, government code 54957.6, agency negotiator Irma Rodriguez Moisa, unrepresented employee, superintendent president. And with that, we're going to adjourn to closed session.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven.
agenda or not agenda? Okay. Thanks, Melissa.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we have first item, report of action in closed session. So we have Government Code 54957, public employee appointments. There were no action taken on that. 2, Government Code 54956.9 is conference with legal counsel pending litigation. 1 item, EMPCO contracting versus Pasadena Area Community College District. There was a vote on that, 6 yeses and 1 absence. Number 3, Government Code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiation agency design. There's no action on that. 4 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Name of case Noah Corral versus Pasadena Area Community College District. The vote is to move for a settlement is 6 yeses and 1 absence. And on public employee appointment on the closed session, number 5, number 6, and number 7, public employee appointment, Government Code 54957, Government Code 54957, and conference with labor negotiation, Government Code 54957.6. There was no action on those items. Roll call.
Trustee Chen Lo,
Here.
Trustee Gibson,
Here.
Trustee Kwong,
Here.
Trustee Martin, Trustee Osterling,
Here.
Trustee Silver,
Here.
Trustee Wong,
Here.
Trustee, Gomez. She hasn't been sworn in yet. Okay.
Okay, now we have land acknowledgement.
Just point of order on the roll call. Was our new student trustee addressed in the roll call, Ms. Simone Chan?
I believe she's not sworn in yet.
Oh, okay. Okay, understood.
You're ahead of us.
Sorry, my apologies. So Trustee Gomez is our student trustee until that happens.
Until 5 minutes from here.
Okay, thank you, and sorry to interrupt.
Trustee Gomez, would you please take us to the land acknowledgement, is your last land acknowledgement as a student trustee?
Sure. Can you please pull it up? I know our AS one, but I believe this one's a little different.
Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Oh, perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as the Gabrieleño Band of Mission Indians of the Xiquanga Village and Quiche Nation. Tonight we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of the African diaspora and recognize that the United States, as we know it, was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and the labor of many black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows for our collective benefit. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we're all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism. Thank you.
Thank you. And may I ask my colleague, Trustee Silver, to take us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, it's the administration of oath of office for our student trustee, Simone Chan. Would you please join me? Simone, thank you for taking on this great responsibility as the PCC trustee, and it is certainly my honor and privilege to administer the oath of office for you. So please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Simone Chan,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. We have the resolution number 740 authorizing remote teleconference meetings of the Board of Trustees, its regular committees, and any other college bodies as required by the Ralph M. Brown Act.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And student trustee. Okay. Approval, reordering of agenda items.
Trustee Chen Lau, I'd like to request that item J1, the presentation from KPCC, be moved to C13.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. You're on, Herb.
No, C13.
Oh, see, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so C13, after we get these.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Almost.
I almost.
Almost.
Okay, never listen to the board chair. Listen to the president. Okay, C13. Okay.
Introductions and recognitions.
Recognitions and I can't see.
We're on
Recognition.
We're on C8, introductions and recognition.
Okay, recognitions and introductions. Okay.
I don't believe we have any.
Do we have any?
No.
Okay, no. Okay. Public comment on non-agenda items.
We do have a few non-agenda public comments, and I would just note for the board chair that for agenda item J4, there will be a public comment at that item as well.
Okay.
Our first public comment will come from Orene Wanari. We have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Orene Waneri, and I serve as the VP of the Association of Black Employees. And after watching today's public comments from closed session, I'd like to publicly state the following. Dr. Bernardo and Todd Jones, the Association of Black Employees at PCC is not part of any administrator's mission or agenda. Some folks are so used to Black people taking slights and silently dealing with anti-Blackness that they can't fathom that we Black folks could look beyond our titles to come together as faculty and staff to call out anti-Blackness. What we did is called organizing. Black activism, live and direct. No need for sponsors or validation. Those who claim to be activists should know this. Let me make it crystal clear. No one, and to use Dr. Bernardo's words, dragged people of color to this podium to slam anyone. First, don't be afraid to use the word Black because 6 Black people, or to use Todd's words, 6 distinguished members of the Black community at PCC came to this podium with fact-based concerns about an amazing event centering Black community. This wasn't about Todd, neither was it about any of the trustees, Gibson or Chen Lau. It was about an event, a now successful event developed to position PCC as a viable choice for post-secondary education for Black residents. Why would we need permission from anyone to speak out on anti-Blackness? You know what else is anti-Black? Using the phrase beat down to describe Black stakeholders who have labored to serve students and their families with dignity, integrity, respect, in spite of the pervasive hypervisibility that exists as we navigate standing out for no other reason other than our Blackness. And yet, being treated as if our presence, opinions, and contributions and experience don't matter, or that we couldn't come up with that ourselves. PCC is better than this. Our community is better than this. We are better than positioning minoritized populations as scapegoats for political agendas. We are better than scrutinizing the tireless efforts of communities already burdened by cultural taxation. We are better than the props you have coined us to be under the direction of senior administration. As a body of people who come along from a long line of kings and queens, we are better than this. PCC is better than this. We did this because we wanted to. Nobody told us to do this. I encourage you, Dr. Bernardo and Mr. Jones, to find your better selves and begin to walk in solidarity with the Black faculty, staff, students who are working hard to make PCC a place of radical belonging. Thank you. And the last thing I will say, we are not pawns. We are not pawns. We did this because we wanted to. Nobody told us to do that at all. So I want to make that crystal clear. Keep us out of that. We did not ask, no one asked us to do that. We will be here. We are not silent anymore.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. The next comment will come from Ms. Shaganaka.
All right, good morning. So last board meeting, when Mr. Osterling asked about the UPass questions to the Vice President Jones, and then Vice President Jones quoted Dean Cobbs. She quoted her, there's no free lunch. The first time when I talk about the transportation issue at PCC, that there was not even a pandemic. There was Vice President Jones was not even sitting in this room. At that time, the Mount SAC and several other community colleges have already implemented, have already provided the free public transportation for students for many years. So using my critical thinking skills, it sounds like to me that there is some sort of free lunch. That's not only one example. What I see is right now, Dr. Jones in her presentation talk about students are having $200 bookstore credit. I think that is another example of free lunch. A big portion of students receive Pell Grants, financial aid, a lot of free money from either from the pandemic stimulus check or whatever assist in order for them to continue to go to school at this college. In my opinion, that's another great example of free lunch. So all the vice presidents right here, I assume every one of you are educators. That's what I assume. I don't know if you are. When your job will become so easy just saying there's no free lunch. This quote reminded me one of the movie I watched. That's one of the first ESL classes I take at this PCC. Right now, there's doesn't even have a ESL program anymore. That movie is called Stand and Deliver. And then the Dr. Jones quote, Dean Cobb's quote reminded me, all of those vice president, president, principal, headmaster in the Garfield High School. When the educator, Mr. Escalante, wants to start an AP calculus class in a so-called poor neighborhood, nobody is giving them support. All of the administrators, the department heads, the school heads are saying, hey, you got no resources, I'm not helping you. But Mr. Escalante never backed down. Mr. Escalante stand up to the challenge. Instead, there's no free lunch, there's no free money, but unlimited after school hours, unlimited Saturday hours, unlimited Sunday hours. They made it. The systematic poor neighborhood made it become some sort of an AP calculus champion in the nation. So you don't have to be in a Arcadia neighborhood in order to be one of the most successful. Okay.
Thank you for your time. The next comment is going to come from Bevel Constantine.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Bevel Constantine. I'm a faculty member here at Pasadena City College. I'm also an academic senator and the FA part-time vice president. I am here on behalf of the Faculty Association and the nearly 800 part-time faculty members at Pasadena City College. On June 12th, 2022, the Faculty Association presented a proposal to the district to provide health benefits to the part-time faculty members here at Pasadena City College. These benefits are long overdue for a very dedicated group of educators. Since we presented the proposal to the district, we have had 11 separate negotiation sessions and have asked for a response to our proposal. Each time, the district has stated that they are not ready to negotiate this issue. First, it was going to be part of an economic package from the district. Next, we are waiting from the governor to sign the bill. And the latest is that we are waiting guidance from the chancellor's office. Keep in mind that this is an issue that the district advised the FA that they wanted to address over a year ago before there was any funding in place from the governor's office. The bill is clear. The money is there. There's no reason to further delay the process. We would like to implore the board to advise the lead negotiators for the district to put this proposal on the table. The delaying tactics are insulting to the part-time faculty who need these benefits for survival. As part-time faculty, we would love to maintain a positive relationship with the district and trust that they are ready to provide the health benefits for adjunct faculty who have continued to provide a quality education for all Pasadena City College students during the recent COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. The next comment is from Tony Vong.
Board of Trustees, and John Martin, who is currently not here. I want to take my time to express my support for winter intersessions within Pasadena City College's calendars. I think this policy will be particularly helpful for students because it can provide the opportunity for students to make up for credits that they were not able to earn in previous semesters, able to provide students with the opportunity to graduate faster from Pasadena City Colleges, as well as being able to transfer to UCs or Cal States much earlier than expected with our current situation. And that's all I have for tonight, and I hope that you will take this consideration of this policy with great respect, and I hope this measure here will have results soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next comment comes from Todd Jones.
Good evening, Board. As you know, my name is Todd Jones. I live in Altadena. I work at JPL. I earned my PhD at Caltech down the street. PCC has a student enrollment crisis. I'd like to talk about it tonight. As a scientist, I'd like to find out how and why there is this crisis. So let's look at the numbers. So in the year 2020, represented on this dinner plate here, PCC had 25,423 students. But currently, PCC has 18,215 students, with 7,208 students missing, gone. So, trying to think about that and why that is, I wanted to look at the LA County vaccination rate for COVID. It's currently 73.8%. That's represented by this similar dinner plate. 26.2% of the population in LA County is not vaccinated. That's this. Now, if you apply that same percentage to the 25,423 students who are here in 2020, you get that there are now 18,762 vaccinated students that would be at PCC, and those are the only ones you let in. That means 6,661 unvaccinated students have been kept out of PCC. So if you take the 6,661 students that are kept out and apply them to the 18,215 that you currently got, you pretty much get back to your original full plate of students. So I want to read something to you. As an employee of NASA, we received a memo from NASA headquarters. It's entitled Updated COVID-19 Guidance on Testing, Vaccination, Attestations, and Quarantining. This was an agency-wide message to all NASA employees. Let me read right here. Due to the decreasing risk posed by COVID-19, the Centers for Disease Control recently updated their guidance and recommendations for COVID-19 risk prevention steps, post-exposure precautions, and actions to take when individuals are sick or test positive. Therefore, NASA is implementing the CDC's recommendations for the workforce through the following policy changes effective immediately.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Just let me read the one thing. It's
No,
important.
I'm sorry, sir. Your time has
NASA
expired.
will not employ employees or on-site
Mr. Jones, your time has
contractors or
expired.
visitors to provide information on their COVID-19
Thank you for your information.
vaccination
Your time has
status.
expired.
CCD should do what the CDC recommends. Welcome your students back.
We have one more public comment for non-agenda items, and that's coming from Melissa Michelson.
Hello. Equity and the concept of equity needs to be consistent, not just a buzzword at PCC. We need to walk the walk and talk the talk. Full-time faculty and part-time faculty across the various campuses should be treated equitably, and they are not. The 70 or so part-time faculty that teach not-for-credit courses are paid abominably less than the 600 or so part-timers that teach credit courses. A recent part-time faculty in the non-credit area shows the number one concern is equity pay over workload. Part-time faculty in non-credit area don't even have a way to increase their pay through professional development like their credit colleagues do. Likewise, the 10 full-time faculty in the non-credit division are contractually obligated to teach more than the 400 or so full-timers that teach credit, essentially making our hourly wage less. How exactly is that equitable? The school doesn't even offer the non-credit students the same amount of access to their full-time professors for office hours as they do for credit students. Also, the school pays non-credit full-time faculty for 1.5 hours less school service a week. So if they do anything for the college more than 4 hours a week, it would be voluntary. The faculty contract says we need to do professional activities related to their assigned duties each semester. In other words, shared governance is part of our salaries as full-timers. So why shouldn't the college want non-credit faculty to contribute as much as their counterparts here at the main campus? The non-credit area has needed the most help and has been the most marginalized over the years. Only the select few full-time faculty in non-credit that receive reassigned time and don't have to teach as much are able to serve the college by participating in shared governance. And this limited participation means the school can't draw from the expertise of broader faculty. Shared governance duties include serving on committees, serving as a student club advisor, attending or giving guest speaker presentations, designing and updating curriculum, developing new courses, helping out with student recruitment, participating on hiring committees and other committees, attending department meetings, grant writing, serving on accreditation site teams, and so on. Faculty mentoring, community outreach, it just goes on. We could be doing so much more for the school. Non-credit full-time faculty cannot possibly do all this in non-credit at 4 hours a week. Why aren't they offered the same workload and contract language as their credit colleagues? Non-credit faculty deserve equity with credit faculty, and both full-time and part-time faculty in non-credit stand together on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments. There, as a reminder, there is one for agenda J4 later in the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. We have approval of minutes for regular business meeting September 7th, 2022.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You would need to abstain, Simone, because you weren't a trustee at that time. Okay, great. So, 6 yeses and 1 abstention. Okay.
One absent.
And 1 absence and 1 abstention. Okay. Approval minutes for fall retreat special meeting, October 1st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Abstain.
1 abstention. Board committee reporting out.
Yeah, the legislative committee had its first meeting of this session, and we met with the college's advisory team from Sacramento, the Strategic Education Services, and it was the end of the legislative cycle. So we looked back at the bills of interest that had successfully made it into law. So AB 1187 made tutoring subject to apportionment funding. AB 1655 establishes Juneteenth, a state holiday for community college system. AB 1705 builds on the foundation of AB 705 and solidifies that law for all community colleges. Unfortunately, AB 1919 was not signed by Governor Newsom, so this means that efforts will have to continue for free transit for K through 14 students. In the next few months, the committee will meet again to plan out strategy for the coming legislative year, which will begin with the governor's budget release in early January. That's a report.
Thank you very much, Trustee Gibson. Okay. Trustee Kwan?
The Accreditation and Policy Committee met earlier this month, and we went through two policies. One is on the agenda policy, where we made some substantial revisions to just kind of streamline it, make it a little bit easier to administer from the management side. And we also made a substantial revision to the KPPC policy, which is also indicated in tonight's agenda. And I think most significantly, I think at the suggestion of Crystal Colross, is that we discussed revising all of the policies to make them gender inclusive and to remove any pronouns that are not gender inclusive. So that's on the agenda tonight.
Thank you. Any other committee reports? Okay, great, thank you. Now we have KPCC. Okay. Now we have, now Herb. Now we will have a report from KPCC.
Well, thank you, and thanks for having us here. Elsa Luna, who's our Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer, and Ashley Alvarado, who will talk to you about the intern program that we do with you folks. Just let me say a couple of things. First of all, thank you. We have a renewal for our program service operating agreement, and I appreciate all the good work everybody put in at PCC and KPCC, and we have a 10-year term. Hopefully it's at least 10 years, because we already have 22 years together, so hopefully this is the continuation of what's been a really great relationship. Let me just give you some highlights on KPCC and LAist. First off, we've been living through COVID like everybody else. We're still remote. We're working in a hybrid situation right now. And despite the obstacles, we've continued to serve LA. And I think that shows in the products that we've been making and that we have been putting out. Financially, we hit our mark. So we had a lot of the issues that a lot of not-for-profits had. We kind of buckled down and ultimately kind of got through it and came out the other side in a good place. In terms of our journalism, you know, we kind of crystallize what we think we do every day, which is 1, we explain LA, 2 is we help you navigate LA, and 3 is we tell LA stories to the world. So that's our kind of mission, and that's what we do every day. A development over the period of the last 3 years that I think I'm very proud of, and actually Ashley led, was we had a DEI task force, and out of that task force came 5 categories of recommendations, 44 tactics. We put the name of a senior executive who works for me against each one of those tactics. We had a due date of 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and we're now beyond their 18 months. Out of the 44 tactics that we had, about 40 of them have been executed, 4 of them are still outstanding. But I think it was both the right thing and proper thing to do in the times that we're living in. But beyond all that, I think it set the culture and the company on the right path going forward, as DEI is something that lives strong and lives integral to what we do in serving the city of Los Angeles. The thing most recently that we dropped was a voter game plan. It came out October 11th. It's one place, someplace. You go to LAist.com/vote or vota in Spanish, and you can get a brief on all the elections that are upcoming, the propositions and the like. So it's a great way for you to get information. And again, we help explain LA. We did it this summer with the primary. We doubled our traffic on LAist.com, so we're back again, providing what I think is an essential public service. And then finally, in the world of initiatives of sorts, we started LAist Studios to make podcasts to tell LA stories to the world. When I came here about, it was the summer of 2019. We're off and running. We've come out with 4 this year. I'll call your attention to some of them that are coming out. One is called How to LA, and How to LA is going to be a daily podcast. It's a way that we help people, again, explain LA, navigate LA, and discover LA. It's hosted by Brian De Los Santos, and it's targeted a younger and diverse LA, which is what is essential to our future here. Second thing is we've come out with a podcast called The Big Burn. We did one called The Big One, which was about what happens in an earthquake. The Big Burn is really kind of explaining and hopefully giving people information on how to deal with wildfires. And finally, we dropped a podcast at the beginning of the month. We have an umbrella called Imperfect Paradise, which is where our newsroom contributes short series that are 3 to 10 episodes. And we have one on Sheriff Villanueva that is kind of very, very relevant for as we are in the election season. So those are some of the highlights. I would point out one other thing. We've won a number of awards, but most prominently, we just won an O&A award for general excellence in our online activities for LAist.com, and we're the only public radio station that's ever won that award, and we were up against the San Francisco newspapers and the Texas Tribune and other folks of prominence. So at this point, I'll just turn it over to Ashley, who can tell you a little bit about the experience we've had with interns who are vital to what we do, and more importantly, are getting great job training and getting jobs. So I'll leave it to Ashley to take it from there.
Thank you. So I'm glad that Herb mentioned the Online News Association Award, because we've now won what he just mentioned, but also the General Excellence Award for Engaged Journalism. And I bring that up because we have, at the beginning of 2020, we had to suspend most of our internship activities. We had hired 3 PCC interns that started about 3 weeks before we shut our offices down. We were really fortunate in that we were able to not only keep them on, but they became absolutely integral to the work that we were doing. And they were a big, big part of answering thousands of Angelinos questions around the pandemic, how we navigate, how we survive, how we deal with unemployment. All of them moved into full-time positions as interns. 2 of them have now started as full-time staff. So Caitlin Hernandez, who I took a picture of the Courier's office to send to them because I was just so proud of the work that they've done and the students that they've continued to recommend to us. And then Nubia Perez. And the 3rd student is now a producer with KCRW. When we talk about the internship program, as Herb said, it's been really great to bring folks on and to keep them on. And then this year to start bringing interns back. So we have 3 who are currently with us. Olive Bieni, who started in traffic and is now an intern on the How to LA series. Jen Campbell, who started as a short-term intern with our studios team and is now working on 2 series and has been extended through the end of the year. And then Scott McCary, who is working with our our operations team, and Doug Johnson, who many know here. But it's absolutely wonderful to have students back to make sure that we're supporting them not only with a living wage, but also that we are making sure that we are bringing curriculum into the program. So we have a weekly workshop series we do. It's a mix of live sessions and video on demand. Every intern has an intern buddy. And then we're making sure that we're creating spaces that people can check in and be with each other. So it's the intern program.
And I'm here representing the financials, so if anyone has any questions, I previously have addressed it more in detail, but happy to answer any questions that are included in your package on the audited financials, and you can see the KPCC line directed with revenue and expenses.
Trustee Silver?
How's the pledge drive going?
I think you've been listening. You know, before I started working here, I didn't love pledge drive, but now I love a pledge drive. It's going. You know, we're actually, it's going to be the first indication of whether or not, you know, the economic clouds are going the wrong way or getting a little cloudy. So it's too early to tell right now, but we are pushing forward, and this is, that's essential to our kind of well-being going forward. But we've got pros that are doing it. Larry Mantle is probably the best pledge driver in America, I would say. But thank you for asking.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for your leadership during these really uncertain times, and how you have stewarded KPCC with your staff has just been tremendous. And we certainly have a PCC alum who we would like to claim from KPCC, which is John Horn.
Oh, yeah.
And we again appreciate the partnership, and thank you so much.
I'll point out one thing on John, though. John is now, we put out a podcast called Retake with John Horn. And it is a combination of compilation and also some other material from John's weekly contributions. And he talks about the issues of Hollywood. He oftentimes has an opinion piece that he might have. And then the other thing is that he does feature, one thing about John is he has access to everybody in Hollywood. So he does incredible interviews with folks. So thank you, and thank you for John Horn.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank
Take
you.
care.
So now we go back to our consent calendar.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent calendar items E1 through G28.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, with one absence. Okay. We have personnel, H1 through H4.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? No, the student trustee do not vote on personnel. So 6 yeses and 1 absence. Okay. Action item recommended for approval, Board Bylaw 2040 agendas.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Second?
Okay, Christine. All those in favor?
I would just like to correct, the board policy is 2340.
2340. Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? 1 absence. Board Policy 4700, KPCC radio station.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. 1 absence. Pronoun changes on policies and documents.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 1 absence. Adoption of education protection account funding and expenditures.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. 1 absence. Approve modification and additions to the credit and non-credit curriculum.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
1 absence. Okay. Approve, excuse me. Approve the tentative agreement between Pasadena Area Community College District to the California School Employees Association. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay.
Aye.
Okay, 6 yeses and 1 abstention. 1 absence, excuse me. Okay, so now we're going to J. We just had the KPCC report. Now is the Association of Latino Employee presentation on Latino Heritage Month. Yay. So that T-shirt is one of the most coveted T-shirts. We cannot get another T-shirt for the board, so we hope you have some extra.
Well, good evening, trustees and esteemed guests. Oh, let's do that one. My name is Ernesto Partida. I'm a trans specialist at our campus, but I'm also the president of the Association of Latino Employees. I'm joined here today by some of my board members, Doctora Cristina Salazar-Romo, faculty member and our educational awareness chair. We have Salvador Diaz, faculty member, but our faculty representative on the board, Armando Duran, manager, dean of counseling, and our managing representative, all members of our board. And I'm noticing this is going forward. Okay, so we're here today to celebrate our accomplishments as a Pasadena City College Latina, Latino, Latinx community by sharing highlights of our Latina, Latino, Latinx Heritage Month and our transformative efforts led by our Latina, Latino, Latinx employees. We're just completing a month-long celebration of programming in collaboration with Mr. Jordan Orozco in the Cross-Cultural Center, Danielle Rapu in the Schafford Library, Julia Stuthney in the Math Department, Juan Pablo Carrion of the Puente Program and Counseling faculty, and also Doctora Cynthia Olivo, Vice President of Student Services, and also one of our founding members of ALE. The Schafford Library, and I'm going to go back here, the Schafford Library transformed their entryway with artifacts celebrating the Latina, Latino, Latinx community, complete with papel picado, a perforated paper decoration common in traditional Mexican craft. This was a cross-campus collaborative effort supported by multiple groups to transform the entrance to the library. Sorry, I'm trying to not advance on its own. So I want to highlight some of those pictures. And so some of these were really focused on our community and really focusing on loteria cards, for example, and that's the middle picture that you see, but also some of our key authors who were here this month. We kicked off our month with a faculty and staff and student mixer, which provided the students the opportunity to interact with their campus community in a supportive and uplifting environment. As you can see by the pictures, our student campus life was engaging with one another and making valuable interpersonal connections, which are very valuable to our students. Dr. Cynthia Olivo brought community organizers and Pasadena City College alum Mujeres de Maíz to talk about their respective journeys towards activism and to motivate others about social justice. She also brought artist Jake Prendes, who taught participants about Chicano art and muralism, and shared his career endeavors towards opening the first Chicano art space in the Pacific Northwest. There's some pictures there. Our month activities came to a close last Thursday with the presentation celebrated by author and screenwriter Rafael Agustin, whose memoir entitled Illegally Yours traces his journey as an undocumented Ecuadorian immigrant to the United States. In a conversation with our students, Mr. Agustin spoke about his journey into Hollywood, as seen through examples of resiliency and perseverance. Many of our students finding parallels in his story in his. A truly impactful way to culminate this month. We'd like to thank the Title V grants, Department of Student Services, and the Division of Institutional Equity and Diversity and Justice for their support. I'll turn it over to my colleague Cristina to talk about little other areas.
Good evening. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge important work taking place campus-wide by members of our Latina o X community. Angie Alvarez, Outreach Specialist, was awarded Classified Employee of the Year by the California Community Colleges. The award is granted to a classified employee who embodies the best of the California Community Colleges and demonstrates its commitment to the vision for success. Next, Desiree Zuniga and I presented our collective work recently at the Research, Planning, and Professional Development for Community Colleges, also known as the RP Group, Strengthening Student Success 2022 Conference. Our conference presentation, entitled Pasadena City College's Title V Abriendo Caminos Grant, Opening Pathways to Institutionalize Equity, showcased two projects that have emerged from Abriendo Caminos, Gateway Course Redesign and our student advisory groups. Our Gateway Course Redesign Cohort 1 consisted of faculty inquiry groups from math, English, and speech to explore, develop, and implement nuanced methods of teaching encompassing a holistic approach to student success through culturally relevant and responsive curriculum and pedagogies. Desiree Zuniga has led our student advisory equipo, which, since 2020, has had 3 cohorts. Each advisory board has helped the institution center the needs of our Latina or X students by attending working groups and committees throughout the campus and collaborating with various departments. They have developed workshops centered on Latina or X students and advocated for other minoritized student populations, including the creation of our Black African American Student Advisory Group, and APITA, our API Student Advisory Group. Much of the work Desiree and I do together is rooted in our shared vision towards offering race-conscious, equity-minded, and culturally sustaining programming, which is exemplified in our redesign of our first-year experience College One course. At the height of the pandemic, Juliana Sampson, Desiree, and I reimagined what an FYE course would look like through a social justice lens. What emerged has served approximately 3,000 students in FYE every year since 2020. We introduced students to Salvadoran American Silver Lake, LA poet Jessica Salgado, known for her unapologetic slam poetry approach, who graced us with her physical presence on October 4th on our quad stage. I was especially struck by one of the comments a student shared with Jessica at the end of her presentation. The student shared how hesitant she was to come to college. She felt that this was not a place for her. Yet she had been following Jessica Salgado for years via social media and Instagram and knew her work well. When she came to the College One classroom and saw that we were reading Corazón by Jessica Salgado, she knew she was exactly where she was supposed to be. These experiences shared by many encourage us to keep doing the work to ensure our students are validated and celebrated at PCC.
There's some pictures there. Lastly, we also had an overwhelming presence at the Hispanic Association of Colleges and Universities Conference, HACU, of students and staff this year in San Diego. HACU represents more than 500 colleges and universities committed to Hispanic higher education success around the globe and is the only national education association that represents Hispanic serving institutions, or HSI, which we are one. And lastly, due to the success of our first Festival Latinx, our Festival Latinx 2.0 is currently in the planning stages. In fact, the first planning meeting occurs next week. We are humbled and honored to lead the Latina, Latino, Latinx activities throughout the campus and look forward to future collaboration and support. Board of Trustees, we hope that you can be present and engage in future events. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on that? Trustee Wang?
I just wanted to thank y'all for all of your work, and it was really exciting to see all the events that were happening on campus, and we're really glad that we take the time to really not just recognize, but expand Latino, Latinx Heritage Month on this campus. So thank you all very much.
I echo Trustee Wang's sentiments, and certainly this takes a lot of effort. So even though you made a 10-minute presentation, it probably took hours and hours of coordination and planning to do a whole month of activities. And PCC being over 52% Latino student population, we're well served by your leadership and your support of our Latino students. Thank you very much. The next information would be the Student Equity and Achievement Plan.
Thanks, Alex.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Koi Dang, and I'm the Executive Director of Student Equity and Success under Institutional Equity, Diversity, and Justice. And I'm honored and privileged to be here tonight to share with you PCC's new 2022-25 Student Equity Plan. As many of you know, this has been a year in the making and a tremendous amount of collective work from all parts of the college. I'm here today on behalf of an outstanding team of equity leaders who took up the charge to help lead this work, and I want to take a moment to recognize and thank them. Tamika Alexander, Miriam Altunji, Angie Alvarez, Stephanie Fleming, Linda Hinsman, Dan Huynh, Veronica Jaramillo, Laura Ramirez, Sheila Rose, and Sylvia Talak. This work could only be done in community, and I want to personally thank them for their time, their expertise, and their dedication to students. I know I was here in August sharing an update on the student equity planning process. The slides that you have here are within the summary. It's an abbreviated version of the summary that you have in front of you. As you know, most of our student equity data, we spent a lot of time talking about that in our last time here, so I won't spend too much of background, but just a recap of our equity imperative. We've done considerable sense-making of our most recent equity data. Dan Huynh from Institutional Research did an amazing job with our data tables and summaries for your reference, which is in the longer version of the plan. And what our data clearly informs us is our need to center racial equity, given that our Black, African American, and our Latino, Latinx students are experiencing the most and some of the biggest equity gaps out of all of our student populations. With that knowledge, our equity imperative for this new plan is to focus our strategies that will specifically address closing gaps for our Black, African American, and Latino, Latinx students. As you can see in the plan, we've identified 5 focus areas or themes that you'll see throughout the plan. And within these themes, there are specific strategies. To share some broad strokes, the first theme you'll see is our need to focus on inquiry and action. We need to do self-reflection as a college and not jump to conclusions and understanding why gaps are happening for our students. To fully understand the causes, we need to center student voices and experiences and ensure that students are sharing and providing input. Throughout the plan, you'll see our inquiry centered on the experiences of our Black, African American, and Latina, Latinx students. The second focus area is ensuring that all we do is through an anti-racist and trauma-informed approach, recognizing that racial equity requires us to address race and racism and its impact on our minoritized communities. This fall, the college committed to moving towards a trauma-informed campus, and with that, our need to address emotional safety, sense of belonging, and mental health and wellness for not only our students, but our faculty and staff. The work of addressing trauma is crucial as we invest in the faculty and staff doing the everyday work to support our students and our college. Our third focus area is institutional structures, practices, policies, and norms. We need to ensure that we're looking at the college, not the student, when we talk about how to close gaps. Many of our strategies in the plan focus on interrogation of our policy, practice, and structures, and how our college can improve them to best support our minoritized student groups. One strategy example is improving our annual planning and program review processes and embedding our benchmark processes to ensure that this work is being done in every department across the campus. Our fourth theme is focused on equity-minded teaching and learning. How do we elevate supporting our faculty in relation to what happens in the classroom? That includes creating more opportunities for professional development in relation to race-conscious pedagogy, learning communities, equity and grading, and more. We are excited to support efforts for a new Center for Liberatory Teaching at PCC, creating a centralized hub for faculty professional development. Our last, but arguably the most important area of focus for the plan is oversight and accountability. This plan is a living document that serves as a tool for the college, and for the plan to be useful and effective, it needs to be operationalized as an all-campus effort. Every strategy has an equity lead, which is either a department, division, or a position on campus who is moving the work, communicating process, and ensuring the work moves forward. Our areas of focus lends us to the heart of the plan, which are action plans for our 5 student success metrics identified by the Chancellor's Office. These action plans are specific to each metric: successful enrollment, persistence from term to term, completion of transfer level math and English, attainment of a degree or certificate, and transfer, and provides us a roadmap in terms of how we will close equity gaps. The next few slides you'll see will set benchmarks for each student success metric, clear measurable outcomes to see if we're hitting our target goals. The team assessed benchmarks to have a balance of being attainable, but also bold, challenging our college to set a high bar in closing gaps for 4 out of the 5 metrics within the next 3 years. Our first target outcomes related to successful enrollment. We are looking to fully close the equity gap and increase enrollment for our overall Black African American applicants. Some tactics to highlight include inquiry to understand what barriers Black African American students face to complete enrollment. You'll see inquiry throughout all 5 metrics, and we are intentionally increasing opportunities to hear from students through listening sessions, surveys, focus groups, and student panels. In addition, our investment in a robust and institutionalized Black outreach plan has been identified in terms of building stronger connections towards Black families and communities within our district. Outreach and not just enrollment will be prioritized. We'll be investing in high-touch case management models to connect with Black students who have applied but not enrolled and create customized support for them to finish. We've also identified our need to involve more instructional faculty participation. To be part of outreach efforts, and the plan will focus on how we can create more incentives and support to have full and part-time faculty to be more involved. Our second student metric is persistence from term to term. We're looking to reduce the equity gap for our Black African American students to -1.2% and fully close the persistent gap for Latino, Latina, Latinx students overall and male students. Again, you will see the strategy of inquiry, collecting Black African American and Latino, Latina, Latinx student experiences as to what barriers keep them from coming back from term to term and what has kept them on track. PCC has committed to a success coaching model, providing every student a success coach. Our hope is to strengthen this coaching model to ensure that we're intentionally serving our Black and Latino, Latinx students. We'll also continue to build a sense of belonging and cultural validation for our Black and Latino, Latinx students through our continued support of our empowerment programs, cultural center programming, such as Heritage Months and cultural graduations. Another strategy you'll see throughout the plan is equity professional development, and in particular, professional development focused on instructional faculty. This will include communities of practice, faculty retreats, and team teaching models specific to each division and department. Our third success metric, completion of transfer level math and English. This metric has the largest equity gap out of all of our metrics for our Black and Latino, Latinx, and Latino students. Our hope is to decrease from our current gap down to -5.3% for our Black African American students and down to -4.9% for our overall Latino, Latinx students. As shared in greater detail in the plan, we now are able to document our non-binary self-identified students, categorized as all other gender students. In this instance, within our Latino, Latinx category, we are also committed to reducing the gap to -14.3%. Along with inquiry, success coaching, and professional development, we've identified a need to increase our early alert program, again, to increase instructional faculty's role in supporting and closing the loop and identifying students early to get support and resources needed to be successful. Our fourth student metric, attainment of a degree or certificate. Our goal is to fully close equity gaps for our Black African American males and our Latino, Latinx overall students, as well as increase attainment of our Latino, Latinx males by 3.7%. Along with inquiry, we'll heavily be partnering with Guided Pathways efforts to understand the student's journey from enrollment to completion and focus on common exit points where we lose students the most and what gateway courses we need to redesign. We'll also look at how to better support seamless bridge programs for non-credit students to credit courses. And again, here you see as a key strategy in relation to classroom instruction for professional development. Our fifth and final metric is transfer. Our target goal for 2025 is realistic but bold to fully close the equity gap for transfer for our Black and Latino Latinx males, as well as all other gender values, along with creating more opportunities for Black and Latino Latinx students to share their transfer challenges and successes. We again engage in case management model, identifying cohorts of Black and Latino Latinx and Latino students who are close to hitting the number of transfer credits and milestones, and reaching out to them, similar to a concierge model, to ensure they reach their transfer goal. In addition, we'll elevate and increase support for our transfer-bound and clave program and create transfer agents among our instructional faculty, as we know they have the most access in sharing information with students within the classroom. I'd like to end my presentation with some student quotes and voices as a reminder that the Student Equity Plan is in service of students and a great opportunity for us to renew our commitment to the students that need us the most. These quotes remind us that students want to share their ideas and experiences. They want to find community here. They want to feel like faculty care about them, and they want us to look at them holistically, and they want us to communicate more. And our hope that these strategies my hope is that these strategies shared tonight speak to these needs. As our Board of Trustees, we hope you are ambassadors for this work, and I look forward to your feedback and input. Thank you.
Questions? Comments? Okay, I'll start with Trustee Osterling and then Trustee Gibson and make my way down to Trustee Wang. Okay. Trustee Osterling.
Hopefully we're more than ambassadors for your efforts. You have the full support of myself and I believe all of the board for your efforts. This is a very important goal. So thank you for the presentation and your continued effort to eliminate the equity gaps.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I definitely want to second Trustee Osterling's comments. I'm very impressed, and I looked at the longer detailed plan, and it's very impressive all the work that was done. So we appreciate all that, and it looks to me as if it's followed. The plan is followed. It should achieve the success we hope. I'm wondering, on a slightly different topic, if you know of any plan or information from the Chancellor's office about other disadvantaged groups, like people who face challenges, mental or physical or economic, class, those type of disadvantages also.
Yeah, so if you look in the longer report, I think it's one of the last pages, one of our data charts actually highlights every single group on campus that has equity gaps. And I think in the trend of statewide, I'm pretty confident to say that our Latinx and our Black African American students having the largest gaps is very common among most community colleges across the state.
Thank you.
Trustee Wang?
I also want to echo the comments of my colleagues. I think reading through the longer report was really not just informative, but I think really did chart a course forward. One question I had was, obviously I also agree that we would definitely want to be more than just ambassadors of the work. What does investment in this plan and this work look like from our vantage point? And of course, I use that word, and it can mean any version of that word. But what would that look like going into these next few years to make sure how can we help support these targets?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the more intentional we are in using deliberate language in terms of being very specific about our work towards closing gaps for our Black African American students and our Latinx students would be really helpful in always making sure that whatever we do, asking that question is how does this help us close the gaps for those two particular racial equity groups. I think in terms of beyond being ambassadors, it's being familiarized with our strategies, going to our events. Like, as you can see, one of our goals was to ensure that anybody that reads and picks up the plan, they can see themselves in it somewhere. And so I think that there's lots of different great opportunities for the Board of Trustees to share the language within our plan of focusing on racial equity, as well as supporting all the different strategies that are in the plan that really touch all different campuses, all different campus departments, from financial aid to transfer center to our empowerment programs to our data department. So any way you all can see yourselves participating.
Thank you.
I have a question on, certainly this took a lot of effort and a lot of thought, and again, I echo my colleagues' sentiment to applaud you and your team for this effort. A couple questions. One is that, is there a reason why that percentage points are used instead of numbers? Because if you're looking at let's say 8%, what does that mean in terms of numbers? And can there be both on this?
Yes, and actually, if you look at the longer plan, and Dan Huyn's here to answer any of the data particular questions, but within the plan, you'll see there's a section on baseline data, and it actually has the denominator, that means how large the group is, and how many students it's going to take to actually close the gap. So that is a data table that's in the plan itself. The reason why we use percentages is because every single year, those numbers will change. So 1 year we might have 200 students, and so particularly that number on closing the gaps could be 20, and then another year we could have 300, and that number changes. And so we wanted to stick to percentages because then it can be consistent every year.
My second question is that, is there, when people use outreach, right? I receive feedback that, outreach is a term that it's a one way. You're reaching to someone, and the term engagement would be that you're working with someone. So when you use the word outreach, are you also thinking about engagement?
Yes, I think so. I think we're using the distinction between outreach and enrollment, right? I think our goal is obviously to enroll more students, but we need to do that outreach and engagement piece. And invest just as much in that work as we do in trying to enroll our students. And so that is definitely the intention.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have the Black Family Reunion. Before we have that presentation, there's a public comment.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. There's a public comment from Tanisha Laney.
Good evening. My name is Tanisha Laney Kirk, and I'm a resident of Pasadena and a homeowner. I've lived in Pasadena for over 20 years, and I wanted to express how much I enjoyed the Black Family Reunion. It was such a lovely experience. I have never seen anything like this, and many of my friends attended this event as well, and they also expressed how they appreciated Pasadena City Community College giving this event. And also they were very concerned and wanted to know if this would be something that would happen on an annual basis. And I mentioned to them that I hope it would be. So I just wanted to thank everyone for organizing this event. And again, I hope it happens again next year. It was really nice to see so many people on our campus, and the food trucks were delicious, and then also the concert at the end of the day. So once again, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Stefan Magru. I'm just adding an additional comment to what Tanisha was saying. This is from one of our panelists that spoke at the event that could not be here, who wanted to be here to share the same sentiments, but this is just the audio that she gave in replacement of that. So just to give a quick listen. Steve, I'm sorry if I throw this at you out of nowhere.
Hi, my name is Veronica Jones. I had the privilege of being on the panel
at the most recent PCC Black Family Reunion, and also was able to attend through the AKA table. And I just want to say how much this event meant to me to be able to participate. It was an amazing experience to be on the panel with Dr. Gray and Miss Gray and talk about issues facing the Black community in terms of achieving educational equity. It was such a life-giving event where I was encouraged to see so many members of our community coming out and inspired and empowered to make changes for the good, for positive impact for the Black community. And also it was like a family reunion. I didn't go to PCC, but I do live in Pasadena. It is my home and raising my family there. And so just to have a chance to connect to such a prominent institution in Pasadena was really an honor. So I hope that it continues every year. It was great to be a part of it. It was a great experience just to be there and see all the people and get my kids to participate in the kids' activities. They loved it, to be able to serve at the AKA table and see my sorors. Just all over, it was a great event. Okay, thanks.
That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have the Black Family Reunion.
All right, good evening, trustees. I am presenting on behalf of the Black Family Reunion Planning Committee. There was a group of us who labored and did this work to bring lots of really great family fun to the community. I want to start off, though, by sort of making sure that we understand that events such as this are really centered in and connected to the work at the college. And so I just need to give another shout out to our Executive Director of Student Equity, Ms. Quay Dang, who just presented a fabulous, and all of the community who really helped, because really recognizing that successful enrollment, we heard that successful enrollment and transfer and attainment of degree and certificate are three important metrics of this district student equity plan. We really want to highlight the fact that the success of the Black Family Reunion as a critical tool towards centering Black experience and prioritizing intentional recruitment. And so this work is really a byproduct of the work that's going on at the college. I'm also going to take Ms. Dang's example and really highlight the fact that there was a core planning team, some of whom are here today. So if they are, I want them to stand. Just don't be mad at me. Don't be mad. So Audrey Joseph, Brock Klein, myself, David Steinman, Carrie Bolin, Marilyn Johnson, and Stefan McGrew are all here in community again to support this work. There was so much love and energy and passion that went in. To each of them brought their specific talents to the work and really labored in addition to all of the other things that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. And so I really think we need to say that, and I appreciate all of the applause out there for my colleagues. All right, let's get to the numbers, though. Everybody wants to talk about the numbers, right? So we hosted approximately 1,600 guests, had over 150 volunteers. It's huge. 20 PCC resource booths, from opening the Welcome Center to help with application and answering questions about financial aid. So you had the input. We had many of our empowerment group and programs there representing in full force, non-credit. So it was really wonderful to see the outpouring of support in the community from all of our PCC staff, family, and allies. We had a dozen Black-owned businesses that were here to highlight, because really the event was very focused on centering Black experience. And so it was very important to the planning committee as well as the college to make sure that as we can bring in and really highlight those businesses local to Pasadena. So yay, local to Pasadena, coming out and showing their support in great numbers. We also really have really strong partnerships with many organizations, but particularly with the city of Pasadena. Mayor Gordo came out, Assemblymember Holden, the City of Pasadena Health Department, City of Pasadena Fire Department, and many more just again came out to host booths, to give speeches, and to participate in ways that I think that really centered and helped focus and show the outpouring of love for the Black community, not only from Pasadena City College, but also the City of Pasadena. So we did a survey, because we know folks love survey data, and we always want to ask ourselves, okay, so how do you know about the event? How did you figure out? Because we want to use and think about this in the future, and so particularly with the Black community, word of mouth is pretty strong. So that was actually our number one entry in terms of people, how they even heard about the event, which we really, really love. Facebook ads and Instagram were roughly the same. We have our news media partners, Pasadena Black Pages and Pasadena Now, and then we hosted some radio ads on KJLH. So just for your awareness, those are successful, what we would classify as really successful methods at which in getting the news out. Here are a few messages from our guests. We had a broad range of folks who participated, so from alum to a retired educator. People say they can't wait. We had some public comment tonight that said they can't wait till next year. We even heard today, which thankfully our Festival Latinx 2.0 is also currently being planned, because that's also another outreach effort and critical tool in this piece to tie to our equity work. But just a really outpouring of really great resources. People really loved the theme, because for the Black community, there is a very special sort of place that it centers in our hearts when we talk about family reunions, and the day was very much organized around that, particularly around music, food, and family. All right, so let's do a quick experience of the day.
Sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the glistening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea.
Thanks to all y'all for making it a priority to be with us at PCC's Black Family Reunion. I join my colleagues in community in welcoming you here to this institution that has been reimagined with you, the Black community, in mind.
I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body. I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body, body, body. I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body. I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body.
Upside down, you turning me, turning me. Round and round, you turning me, turning me.
I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body. I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body. I rock the party that rocks the body. You rock the party that rocks the body. I rock the party that rocks the body.
I think we have to have it takes a village mentality, and all of us as a community, everybody needs to help uplift the community. Teachers, students, parents, everybody. We have to do our part in uplifting African American students.
So I just want to end by saying that is one of our dual enrollment students at John Muir High School, Miss Lauren Gray. Her father, Dr. Gray, also participated on the panel discussion that day. So it was really wonderful to not only be able to partner with PCC Northwest and with John Muir in inviting them out in their participation. The last thing I would want to say is that there are a host of events like this. I think the Black Family Reunion learned a great deal. So I need to do a quick shout out to our partners with Festival Latinx, Angie Alvarez, Desiree Zuniga, Tito Altamirano, Ernesto Partido, because to be quite honest, it was a little scary sort of entering into thinking about planning something of this nature, and they really helped shape and gave real good guidance about things that we needed to consider to have a really successful event. And we want to make sure that this event, that Festival Latinx, that the events that are being planned for our API students and families and parents and groups, that we see this really connected to this larger strategy and work that's happening on the college. There is no siloed work here at PCC. And if we're working collectively in a way that really centers the experience of the variety of groups on campus, I think we will be able to get to those wonderful goals that we see today. And thank you so much, and we'll see you guys next year. We also agreed, I'm sorry, Trustee Silver, she was going to start clapping. We also agreed that every August, we would do this type of presentation. So like Festival Latinx will come up and share their information, as well as the information that we're going to be sharing for our API groups, and then whatever the next iteration of the Black Family Reunion, that we would do that collectively every August and then present that to you all. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you.
I'm sorry, one other thing, forgive me. Pasadena City College was presented a certificate from Assembly Member Holden.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
Yes.
so Old School, New School celebrates reaching out to the Black community in a family-centered event promoting education with entertainment and a resource fair showcasing the many ways PCC can support the success of our Black students. So we will make sure that we get this on display from Assembly Member Holden. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the reunion? Trustee Wang?
Not a question at all. There's no questions for me. I just wanted to thank you all for your incredible work. It was super exciting to be on campus. I definitely learned when I was in the stadium that, as Dr. Jonas pointed out, that I don't have much rhythm. I need to work on that for sure. But it was just really, really invigorating to see so many folks on campus. And I personally learned a lot at the resource fair. And I think that was really evident that a lot of other folks who were coming to campus really saw that too. So I wanted to thank you all again, the planning team, and it was hundreds of volunteers that were present. It was really an incredible energy and also spirit on campus that day. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Trustee Silver.
Oh, this is the Festival Latina. I was just thinking about the Somos PCC shirt, and I think that might be a nice item in our bookstore. Just saying that. But anyway, I was at both festivals, so enjoyed both of them. Wonderful feeling, and kudos to the organizers of both festivals.
Thank you.
We ended our board retreat exactly at, I think, 1:45, so that we can all make it to the Black Family Reunion. And certainly you had so many volunteers that there were no shirts left, and I believe the Black Family Reunion shirt is such a coveted shirt right now. But congratulations to you and the team for pulling this off. The first one is always the hardest to do. And so I know that, we've learned from the experience, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next iteration of it would be. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay. Superintendent President's report.
Yeah, so just starting out with a big shout out. That was an amazing event, and actually Tanisha came to my staff office hours today, and we talked about the fact that planning is on the way. Let's get started for the next one. So we're really excited. So if you haven't had a chance yet to see Shakespeare in Hollywood, that's PCC's fall theater production. I saw it last Friday. It was awesome. Had a great laugh, and it's really fun. I think there are performances through Saturday night. Is that right, Dr. Cross? Yes. So through Saturday night, it's really great. I highly recommend it. We have learned that we are being honored again by the Campaign for College Opportunity for Achievement and Transfer. Traditionally, we are among the top in the state for transfers to the UCs and the CSUs, and our streak continues. I believe we will find out exactly what a great streak that is at the actual awards. It is a virtual event on November 1st, and I will have an opportunity to say a few words. Each CEO of a college that's being honored has an opportunity to say something virtually, so we'll be participating in that. Lots of activity. I think you've already heard about the Haku Conference in San Diego, and I was there with a great team of folks. We were in our Somos PCC t-shirts and taking pictures, and went to some good breakout sessions, and so it was great. It's great to be there with everyone. This last Monday, I was in Oakland chairing a partnership resource team visit to Laney College. That's one of the 4 colleges in the Peralta district. And I took a team of folks from across the state, and we're there helping them talk about some enrollment and other things. I think we can all think about sharing ideas about how to improve on those kinds of things. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be flying to Sacramento because we have the CEO board meeting at CCLC's office on Friday. We are talking about the implementation of AB 928, which has to do with creating a single GE pattern among the 3 sectors of public education in California. It's going to be an interesting conversation because some of the proposals there would have some pretty detrimental impacts on our athletics programs, and because it involves getting rid of Area E, at least the proposal on the table. So that is something that we are actively working on. In fact, I talked with Assemblyman Mike Fong yesterday and had a conversation. He called to ask my thoughts on some upcoming legislation, so I did talk to him about that. And we will also be talking about the $200 million adjunct health care fund. We'll have some folks from the Chancellor's office. They are actively figuring out exactly how to allocate that money out, and I think they will be talking to the CEOs about what some of our ideas are for how to do that, because it's important to all colleges and faculty across the state. And next Wednesday, I'll be joining PCC Foundation Executive Director Bobby Abram at the Council for Advancement of and Support of Education. That's the CASE conference. That's in Anaheim. And we will be making a presentation about our Mackenzie Scott donation, talking about that. What do you do when that phone call comes? And then what do you do after that? So we're looking forward to that presentation. And then I will leave there, drive to LAX, so I can join Trustees Silver, Osterling, and our new trustee, Chan, in New York City for ACCT. So kind of busy, great conference. Always enjoy going there, especially because we get a lot of federal updates on what's happening, and I imagine the student loan forgiveness will be part of that dialogue, so looking forward to that. And then lastly, I want to recognize 2 recent passings. One is Jean K. Porush, was an instructor and director of PCC's dental hygiene program. She retired in 2010. Her previous experience included service as the president of San Gabriel Valley Dental Hygiene Society and vice president of the State Dental Hygiene Society. She died at the age of 80 on September 15th. And then I believe we already have it noted in our agenda that we will adjourn in honor of our former PCC trustee, Ross Selvage. He passed away on Friday, September 30th. He was a big supporter of PCC and a former alum. We're always happy to have our alums here and in the house. And we will actually be hosting a celebration of his life here in Creveling on Friday, December 2nd. And that concludes my report.
Announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. So I will start with Student President Emmanuel Gomez.
Thank you, Trustee Chenlau. Good evening, everyone. Finally, we're a full board, associated students. Now that we have been able to elect Simone Chan and appointed the rest of the vacancies. ASPCC committees are almost filled and are now meeting as required to support Associate Students Executive Board. We've approved ICC funding requests, which currently totals to $4,535 that are being distributed to multiple clubs for their events. During our ASPCC meetings, we've had students attend, surprisingly, and provide public comment to voice their concerns. Some of these topics being addressed are PCC transportation, environmental campus sustainability, and Measure PCC. Some important things to also highlight is that associated students has been discussing COVID-19 protocols, facilities and accessibility, food services, and student engagement to improve our advocacy. ASPCC equity and lobbying committees are also hosting focus groups to obtain qualitative data to better support food insecure students and undocumented students as well. Additionally, our lobbying committee hosted Voter Awareness Day, a tabling event on the quad from various candidates running for public office in Southern California. There was roughly about 13 tables out there. And students who participated, visited the tables, got at least 6 stickers, proving that they were interacting, got free lunch. So that was pretty cool to see. I want to commend Ranim Abu-Hajjar, who is our VP of External Affairs, for leading that and just really wanting to find out what students are experiencing and providing them various perspectives for students' local representatives. We are finalizing plans for homecoming week, beginning with Halloween festivities. ASPCC Student Services will be hosting the annual Child Development Center CDC Trick or Treat event on Halloween, so Monday the 31st from 9 to 11 a.m. Some additional events will be happening on campus throughout the week. On the Yard is another event that we seek to support during homecoming week. So I think everyone from some folks from Transfer Center are here. But we would like to be able to support students as we're currently in, transfer application season. And lastly, associated students will be traveling to San Diego this weekend to participate in the 2022 Student Leadership Conference hosted by the California Community College Student Affairs Association. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Audrey Joseph?
Hi, good evening. No report. However, on behalf of the Classified Senate, I would like to welcome our new classified professionals to PCC and recognize our retirees, Jill Keller with 16 years of service, as well as Lisa Whiting with 22 years of service to PCC. Additionally, I would like to wish Iris Macaniko, I hope I pronounced it correctly, all the best as she moves on to bigger and better things. And lastly, to Dr. Rebecca Cobb, who has done so much for our students, this campus, and also for the Association of Black Employees. She will be missed. Thank you.
We have a new member on the dais here, Mr. Dylan Miller.
Well, yeah, I'm not Dion.
I know you're not Dion. You're representing Dion. Yeah.
I am. I'm Matt Camara. I'm the new vice president of the Management Association. So, firstly, we'd like to recognize Dr. Rebecca Cobb for her service to the Management Association as past president and to PCC as a whole, and we'd like to wish her well in her retirement. We would also like to give a warm welcome to our new student trustee, Simone Chan. The MA would also like to welcome new manager Ashley Mejia to PCC. Last week we formalized our vote to invite executive members who are not part of the executive team to join the MA, and we have sent out invitations to those individuals, and we're starting to receive positive responses back. We have been working on reviewing several BPs and APs, which have now been finalized and sent to College Council. Tomorrow, we are having our MA social at El Cholo Cafe, or El Cholo Restaurant. So we're hoping this will be a good opportunity for our fellow managers to socialize in a setting outside of PCC. And lastly, we would also like to recognize what a great event the Black Family Reunion was, and thank everybody that organized the event and to all the volunteers, and we're looking forward to the event again next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know the next is not Dr. Gina Lopez, but go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Armia Walker, and I'm the current serving vice president for the Academic Senate. I just want to give you a quick update. We are currently in the process of updating our Canvas shell for training our subcommittee chairs. We want to make sure that we are getting periodic updates on the wonderful work everyone is doing. So each meeting we will have our subcommittees sharing out. We're also continuing to work with the district to make PCC a trauma-informed campus while still promoting liberatory education. The Faculty Hiring Priorities Committee has met and is currently working on the hiring prioritization of the various upcoming positions that are opening up. So faculty can expect emails requesting people to serve on hiring committees. The Social Justice Committee is working to make the previously unanimously approved Academic Senate anti-racist resolution into a campus policy. We're working on that. Also, at our last October 10th Senate meeting, we voted to approve the new wonderful equity plan that was presented tonight. Also, we are welcoming a lot of new senators, and as a request, we are hoping to provide a copy of Robert's Rules to our members who request them. So that's going to be part of some of the spending of our budget. And that's it. Our next meeting will be this upcoming Monday, October 24th at 3 p.m., and that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Trustee Osterling?
Thank you. I was saddened to learn about the passing of Dr. Ross Selvage, former trustee for Area 1. We were longtime friends and associates. I guest lectured in his class at USC and vice versa. Ross and former Mayor Terry Tornick were the ones that first encouraged me to run for trustee here at PCC. And I've done a lot of different community involvements, and without question, to me personally, this has been the most rewarding experience for me, so I want to thank Ross for that. Ross was a tireless worker as a trustee at PCC and the other activities he got involved in the city of Pasadena. And as previously mentioned, Mayor Tornick is organizing a celebration of his life. It will be here at Creveling on Friday, December 2nd, and I hope many of you can join in celebrating his life and his contributions to PCC, as well as the other activities, the Airport Authority, the RBOC, and many more. Secondly, I want to thank once again former student trustee Emmanuel Gomez for all of your service as a trustee and your continuing ongoing service, doing double duty as AS president and continuing on in that role. And student trustee Gomez was really, truly an articulate voice for the students, which really helps me as a trustee to guide me as I make my decisions. And was also very actively involved in the state and national conferences, and really appreciate all of those extra efforts above and beyond the call of duty. And Emmanuel, I'm very sorry that I tried to cut short your tenure earlier tonight by 5 minutes by dismissing you before we formally swore in our new student trustee, Simone Chan, and welcome Trustee Chan. We look forward to you. You are stepping into big shoes, but I'm sure you can fill them capably. And lastly, when I was the board chair a couple of years ago, I initiated the practice of having the dedication on the ancestral lands that PCC is located here. And I'm pleased to announce that up in Altadena, one of our generous property owners has donated to the Tongva tribe a beautiful woodsy retreat, if you will, on Altadena Drive, right off of overlooking the Eaton Canyon. And I believe the tribe is going to use that as a tribal center, cultural center, and educational center. So I look forward to seeing how that develops, so that tribe now does have some land back in albeit a small piece, in their original ancestral lands. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Gibson.
Yes, thank you. I want to again express my appreciation to administration and staff and faculty who've continued to support me and give me guidance and learning experiences. I've really enjoyed speaking to students on campus and in classrooms. I was impressed with the Black Family Reunion when I attended, and I was honored at the Latino Heritage Festival to be able to select the award-winning cars in their car competition, best classic car and best custom car. So that was a great honor to be able to select those cars at the Latino Heritage Festival on October 1st. Looking forward to speaking to students at Muir in a couple of weeks. So that's a great honor to be able to do things like this. Thank you so much.
Trustee Silver.
Okay, well, I would like to thank President Chen Lao for organizing the, not the tea, the
Campus chat.
the campus chat. I really enjoyed it, and I hope we do it again. I do feel so removed from everybody, and it's hard. That's not the way I operate, and being able to talk and sit next to people was just my cup of tea, and I really enjoyed that, and I encourage people to come if we do this again. One thing that came out of it is a faculty member said, "Oh, it looks like you just rubber stamp everything," you know. And I completely understand, because when I first attended a meeting, I was so surprised to see how it's just a huge swath of things that are just, you know, approved. And I just want people to know how much work goes before we are here at this meeting, that we, just a little bit about the process. We do get the full agenda on Friday, and we then read the agenda and the attachments. And what we do is we ask questions. Anything that, you know, we're wondering about, we write the question and we email it to the president. What, is this not good? Is this okay? Oh. right? Okay, I just saw an expression there, so I'm geared into people. And we email it to the president and the superintendent, and then the answers come back to us, and all the trustees see all the questions and all the answers. So we really have gotten a lot of information before we're here before you. And the other thing is, I have some signs for the PCC bond in my
No,
trunk.
you can't talk. No.
Okay, that I can't do. Sorry. That is all.
Thank you. Trustee Kwan.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chen Lau, for organizing the campus chat. I had such a wonderful time talking to everyone and just getting a chance to know you beyond 3 minutes and to be able to respond back. Earlier this month, I had a wonderful opportunity to complete my tour of the Student Services Department with Dr. Olivo and Dr. Alciuni. And during the tour, as we went through the health department and various services, an incident arose in which it could have potentially been a violent episode. And I witnessed firsthand Dr. Olivo implementing your violence safety plan, which included a lockdown, keeping me safe, keeping the rest of the staff safe, keeping the students safe, and actually eliciting all of the resources in our campus, including campus security, and which ultimately resulted in a safe resolution of a potential episode that could have had dire consequences. And I just wanted to thank Dr. Olivo for her calm, steady patience and her ability to take charge and to take on a leadership role that resulted in the protection of a lot of people. So thank you very much, and to be able to keep us all safe. And earlier this month, I'd like to thank Drs. Brock and Brock Klein, Marian Altajuni. We had a meeting with the administrators at the South Pasadena Unified School District, and we are working, and of course they're taking the lead on this, in setting up vocational and academic curricular pathways for the high school students in order to create pathways for vocational and academic careers all the way up to Pasadena City College. The South Pasadena Unified School District is highly desirous and making a commitment to make sure that the students have an academic pathway to PCC, and the efforts and expertise of Drs. Klein and Altajuni, I think I'm probably butchering her name. Altunji. I'm going to say that 10 times. Is really, really a significant factor in making that happen. So thank you very much.
Trustee Wang.
I want to first echo some of my colleagues in thanking Trustee Emmanuel Gomez for all of your work on the board. I think your voice has not only been and will continue to be vital for this board and for obviously this campus, and I think your voice has often been a light in how we figure out how to move forward to better all the work that we do. And I want to also welcome Trustee Simone Chan, who is from Arcadia, so this is a wonderful Area 7, and it's great to see our community all very well represented on the dais. I really do appreciate that. I'm really looking forward to working with you in the year ahead. It's been a little while since we last met on this dais because of the schedule, but since our last meeting, I've continued to be able to have great conversations and meetings with folks here on campus, including with academic deans organized by Dr. Ramirez, which I really appreciated. And I think all of the work that is happening to make sure our students have the experience that they need to have to succeed is just really incredible to see. I want to again echo also how great it was to have the campus chat, and that there is one this Friday.
Yes.
At the same time for folks who couldn't make it last week. And I also wanted to just remind folks that you have to vote. The election is coming up on November 8th. I'm not telling you anything about what to vote for. I'm just saying you need to remember to vote. We won't meet until after that. So make sure your ballots should be already out, and make sure you cast your votes. And thanks so much.
Thank you. And certainly from my end, I appreciate President Androgenis and her team for coordinating the campus chat with the Board of Trustees. Although I would like to take the credit really goes to President Androgenis and her team for, coordinating it and certainly announcing it. So we do have another one this Friday from 3 to 4, and I encourage you to please let your colleagues know to attend. Oftentimes, we get feedback that there's not enough interaction with the trustees unless it's formal in this meeting, and so we have really made an effort to make ourselves accessible to the community. So thank you, and with that, Simone, I'm looking at you. And welcome, Simone. She attended our board retreat on October 1st. And we again like to congratulate you. You ran an election and you won, so congratulations, and we welcome you to the board.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank everyone for the student support resources and the events. I really enjoyed it. From what I heard, the students are very, very excited for next activities. And like said, I'll be attending the Student Leadership Program in San Diego this weekend. I'll also be attending the ACCT conference in New York. And I just want to say thank you, everyone, during this transition process. Emmanuel, for taking on the responsibility during the vacancy. And I will do my best to address what the student needs and to voice for student concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have proposed future. Excuse me, Tammy? No?
Yeah, yes, I think you were going to talk about the board retreat.
Yes, so proposed future board business meeting dates. We have 2 potential dates that we're looking at for the continuation of our board retreat, which is the training for the board. That's December 3rd or December 10th.
That's right.
Mary will send out a reminder.
Yeah, we do have a doodle poll, but we do have some conflicts there, so we need to follow up with individuals.
Okay. It's just to put that on your calendar. But it looks like we have more preferences for December 10th than the 3rd.
I would just, whatever the majority can make. I can't do December 3rd because I'm going to be in Washington for work for a case that we're bringing to the Supreme Court, so it's going to be a little hectic.
That's fine. Then we're looking at December 10th. Proposed future agenda items. Okay. And with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Dr. Ross Selvage, former trustee for Area 1, who was my predecessor on the PCC board.